that says you're now going live on Google Plus, and anybody could see your broadcast. And I can only think when I see that warning, yeah, but that's only all 12 people left on Google Plus, so it's okay. All right. So remember yesterday, or day before yesterday, we talked about the 12-factor apps and that we treat logs as important. We're going to talk in depth about how we do logging. Because when we're running in something like Heroku or Cloud Foundry, developers don't have access to the machines that are running their applications, to the operating system. They don't have access to the containers. So we need some other way to handle logs. And then the structure of microservices drives these requirements. If you have, say, 10 different services that make up your application, and each one of those 10 microservices has 10 instances of itself, that's 100 different containers that are running. And if you had to go through each one of those containers' logs individually to find an event, it would be impossible. And then performance analytics become really critical when you have that many users and independent services, because you have to figure out how to scale them independently of each other. So I would recommend, when you think about logging, that you log everything, and I mean everything. It is not uncommon in production applications these days to see them have very nearly debug levels of logging enabled at all times. And they just assume that it's going to be there and they log it all because it's really cheap to store that data. Anybody have a guess on what it costs to store log data in S3? In Amazon S3 or ECS for that matter? It's about 1 cent a gig. Okay. Both ECS and Amazon S3 are right in the neighborhood of one US cent per gigabyte per month. So that's really, really cheap, and there's no reason not to do that. Let me give an example. Again, my Chargers app that I showed you guys the other day that collects some data about electric car chargers and just shows it on the screen. That has enough logging enabled to generate 73 megabytes of logs every day. So I log everything it does. And there's no reason not to, because there's even a free service that's willing to absorb all 73 megabytes every day and index it and make it searchable, and I'll show you that in a minute. So definitely log everything. Now, how do you log it? The application itself should never concern itself with routing of the log, where to send them, or storing those logs. That's not your application's job. Your application's job is to generate messages and just send them out into the world. Something else can decide how long to keep those messages, or how to split them up, or something like that. Most applications are designed to write to standard out. Okay, that is generally the best practice. There are exceptions to that, and I'll show you one of those. But usually we end up writing to standard out. We don't try to write to we don't try to write log files by ourselves. We don't try to do clever stuff. We also try to include some really deep information in a log file. So when we report an error or an activity or something like that, there's no reason not to include the name of the file that we're in, the module, the name of the function, the line number within that function. Anything that can help us track down where an error or issue is coming from is valuable information. And there's no reason not to store it, not to keep track of it. Strongly recommend that you log in UTC time zone. Don't log in a local time zone, simply because you can't assume that everybody's in the same time zone. and then it just gets really confusing. Okay, so log in UTC if at all possible. And then this last one is around including a correlation ID. So think about that this way. Let's say that I've built an application that people log into, and the process looks like this. You log in, and then you retrieve an image, it processes the image, and then you log out. Okay, just making something up. I can think of at least 4 different services that would be involved in that. Right? There's a web server, there's an authentication system involved there, there's an image processing service that would be involved there, there's an image storage and retrieval service that would be involved there. So I can think of 4 services, but those 4 services are serving one particular user making one particular request. So how do we correlate that one request so we can follow what happened for that request all the way through all of our 4 different microservices and whatnot? We include a correlation ID, some sort of ID that is specific to that request every time we handle that request and every time we log about it, so that we can follow the progress that a specific set of related requests make all the way through our systems. Okay? This becomes really helpful when you need to figure out why a particular user made your database crash or something like that. So how do you do this logging? It is almost always best to use whatever tools your programming language provides, because those tools generally are best integrated with the language and can handle the amount of data easier. So, for example, Python includes a module called logging. Node has a module called Winston. Ruby has a couple modules, Yell or logging, that are very, very good. And because those generally can log to standard out or to other locations pretty easily, they are a good fit for what we're doing. Okay, so there's no reason to do something excessively clever. The one thing I will say is that whatever tools you use, whatever tools you use, the more you can configure them, the better. And then the other valuable thing is to be able to support multiple output streams. And by that I mean sometimes you want to output your logs more than once. Sometimes you might want to output them to standard out normally. And sometimes you might want to output them to a logging service for more real-time analysis. So if you have something that can handle multiple output streams, that becomes very, very valuable. All of those language native tools that I just mentioned all support that. And so that's generally why we like those tools. So if you were going to manage a very significant number of logs.
Quick question, Matt. Sorry to interrupt. When you said that you could get one cent gigabyte of logs into S3 or something like that, do you have any legal or security concerns? What kind of information you can send away, or you have to locally?
That's something you should be aware of. The laws around that stuff vary by country, right? The laws here in Europe are a lot stronger than the laws in US, for example. But there's no reason why you can't store encrypted logs. There's no reason why you can't encrypt them and then send them, for example. So,
thank you.
It's up to you. All right. So, probably the single most common large-scale log management tool out there that people know the name of is Splunk. Anybody have Splunk in their accounts? Yeah. Okay. If you're not raising your hand, you should be because you have it there and you just don't know. Splunk is a decent tool, although it is very expensive and very poorly performing. I'm not a big fan of Splunk. But the nice thing about Splunk is that it is an on-premise solution, right? You don't have to send your logs off to a third-party service. However, if you would like to send your logs off to a third-party service and not run anything yourself, you can use one of the many logging services out there. My favorite happens to be Loggly, simply because it's easy to use, and I'm going to show you guys what Loggly looks like in a minute. But that's using something like Loggly is actually really, really common, especially in small startups, because small startups try to avoid running things that aren't special, right? They would rather just use a service and have them do it. Within the open source world, the single most common thing that we see is what we call the ELK stack, a combination of a tool called Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. Logstash is a tool for accepting the logs and storing them. Elasticsearch is a tool for actually searching and indexing those logs, and then Kibana is an interface for searching through them. This is a very common stack. It's very easy to set up. There are vagrant boxes for ELK, for example, and so it's pretty easy to use. Graylog 2 is reasonably common as well, another open source tool. Any of these can accept the log output that Cloud Foundry generates.
Quick question, Matt. You said Splunk was very expensive. I assume the other ones will be open source or free or cheap or something. The only thing that makes Splunk expensive is because it's an on-premise solution, or does it have any stuff that the others don't have?
So Logstash and Graylog are open source. Loggly is not open source, but it is a hosted service. So you pay per month for that service. Splunk is expensive not only because it is a on-premise solution that you have to buy, but it is also more expensive than other on-premise solutions. So a reasonable competitor to Splunk is VMware's LogInsight. Splunk is 2 to 3 times more expensive than LogInsight, and 2 to 3 times slower than LogInsight. So Splunk is very hardware inefficient, and so it's expensive not only because you have to buy it, and it's more expensive than the other things on the market, but it also means that you have to buy more physical hardware to run it.
So why is LogInsight missing on your list here?
Because nobody uses it outside of the VMware family. It's just not relevant yet in these organizations. So probably because LogInsight only runs on VMware. You can't run LogInsight anywhere besides on a VMware cluster. And so many of these organizations don't have any VMware. So I don't include it on this list because it's not really relevant to this part of the market yet, even though I actually really like the tool itself.
But LogInsight, you install that in VMware, but it's capable also of integrating with external physical world, right?
Oh, it is, but the problem is many people using these kinds of tools don't have any VMware clusters installed at all.
I get it, yeah.
They have no place to even put it.
Yeah.
And that's a really big blocking issue for them.
So we would need to have LogInsight on vCloud Air or something like that.
Potentially, that would be a way to do it.
Or as a service like loggy thing.
Yep, really good. And actually, I'm not going to say that. At least not what we're recording. So, like I said before, send all your logs to standard out. It's worthwhile setting alerts on messages of a given type per minute per hour. So if you generate, more than 40 errors per minute, then you should probably have an alert, and I'll show you what that looks like. And then the idea of that correlation ID that I mentioned earlier is pretty important. So let me show you what this actually looks like.
So before you get to that, one thing that, as you mentioned, like get everything in there, even to multiple pieces and so on. What is the experience in the sense of impact? Because like only your small charger app is producing already like excessive logs, if I understood that right. In the sense of like impact on network bandwidth, latencies, and so on.
Effectively none. The 73 megabytes of log a day is 3 megabytes an hour, which is K a minute. So less than 1 kilobyte a second worth of logs. So logging all of that is less than 1K a second across a half dozen machines. So,
but looking at your charger app, I would expect that a more complex application would generate much more logs in volume.
It would generate more logs, yes. But even if I was generating 100 times that amount of logs, 100K, is 100K a second really an issue in modern networks? Not really. So we generally worry about the performance impacts of logging too much.
Like as long as it's inside a data center, maybe yes. As soon as we want to put it somewhere in the cloud or something like that, in the parts I'm covering, even in Austria, it's sometimes an issue with connectivity. So
I would say if you're on the edge enough that 100K a second is going to make a difference to you, you have other things that are broken.
Well, it's not about broken, it's just about the infrastructure is not there everywhere like you might be used to it. So,
well, it may not be there everywhere like I'm used to, but what I will say is this: if you don't have the bandwidth to use an external service, that's fine. Don't use an external service. There are plenty of logging options that can be entirely internal.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. You need to think about like where you store them.
Yep, and there may be other requirements about where you store those logs. It may be illegal to store those logs outside of Germany, for example, if you're servicing German citizens. So those are all things that you would need to keep track of. Alrighty. All right, let me show you this. So this is the interface for Loggly with all of the live logs of my my Chargers app, and basically this is just showing me number of log events every minute. So, what I can do, for example, is I can say, I want to see just the last 5 minutes, and I get a full showing on a per second basis of every log event that's happened. And they're fully parsed and evaluated, so it understands that they have different levels and timestamps and hosts and all this other kinds of things, so that I can do some really, really clever searching. across my log. So I can look for anything that is, that has the word, what do I want? I can see all of the log messages that correspond to checking on the number of chargers at DPAD. And I can do it instantly because these things are indexed and evaluated as they come in. So the nice thing about this is that we're not worrying about paging through log files and trying to write a clever grep script and dealing with all kinds of other noise that's not relevant. What we have is one place with all of our logs, pre-indexed, trivially searchable, and I can search hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of megabytes in a tenth of a second. Okay, that's what these services offer, and that's what they bring to the table. This becomes really valuable really quick. When you think of a large service like David was just describing, that's producing, a gigabyte of logs an hour, which is not unreasonable. Having that be instantly searchable for any time period becomes very valuable quickly, especially when you don't need to try to go across hosts to do it, where it's all in one place and ready to go. So this tool is called Loggly. I like it because it has a decent interface, and for low volumes, it's free. And it has plugins for pretty much every programming language out there, so that we can easily send our logs to Loggly with Node and Python and Ruby and stuff like that. Very cool tool, free tool. I also actually send all the syslogs from all my systems at home, like my routers and switches and stuff like that. I send them to Loggly as well.
What should be the scope for this logging? Just the application, up to the middleware, up to the infrastructure, as much as you can, as you say, you log everything, or you are just interested in the applications?
I would say log everything. Log the infrastructure and log the application, because the more data you have when something goes wrong, the better. And it's so cheap to store this data that you might as well.
And where's the data stored? Is it with Loggly or is it somewhere else?
In the case of Loggly, it's stored with Loggly, and they run on Amazon Web Services, I believe. But other tools, like if you used Elastic, if you used the ELK stack, or if you use Splunk, you would store it yourself, and so it would be stored wherever you wanted to store the data.
And apart from login side, don't we have any other tool that we can provide from ENC, like Envision, or let's say that part of the company is not there, but it's not agile or effective for this kind of environment?
So the most interesting things that we have to support something like this are Envision and Log Insight from a software perspective, and then storage of these logs as they get very, very, very large can become more challenging. We see a reasonable amount of Isilon used in Splunk deployments, for example.
So when you mentioned you even collect your logs from your router at home and things like that, what's the purpose, or what are you doing then? Are you checking them, or is there any intelligence in this Loggly or any of these log management that helps you kind of figure out if something is not going the right way? And do you have an example?
Some of them have intelligence, some of them don't. Things like Log Insight have some level of intelligence and can automatically parse information and generate alerts. Splunk can do that as well. Loggly has that. If you look at alerts right here, you can generate alerts, but I can't do it with this one because I don't have the paid account. But you can generate an alert to say, hey, look, I saw this many this many failures to insert into the database in the last 2 minutes, that indicates a problem, so I'm going to send an alert. So yes, they all have that capability. Personally, I don't have that set up like on my stuff, because what I use it for is if I want to know why my router won't turn on anymore, I can go to Loggly and I can look in the messages from right before it failed and see, oh, maybe it overheated or something. So I explicitly choose to store everything because I don't know what I'm going to need.
So that sounds really similar to the idea of a data lake, right? Keep everything and search afterwards.
Absolutely, absolutely. And these tools like Splunk and Loggly and so forth, they are fundamentally specialized data lakes. So instead of Hadoop, which is what I would consider an unspecialized database, it's good for log data, it's good for clickstream data, it's good for bioinformatics. These tools are data lakes for a specific purpose, which is log analysis. So I think that comparison is completely accurate. All right. That is logging. It's relatively quick. And we are going to move on to instrumentation. Yay. Okay. Anybody recognize this guy? Konstantin, what's something on there? No?
Negative.
If anybody should recognize it, it would be Carol. No? Okay.
No, it would be me. Because that hard check is a Czech specific.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
Where else used?
So that guy is was a Czech freedom fighter, basically. And the quote says, "We have done so much with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything with nothing." And the reason why that matters here is I can guarantee, I say confidently that every single one of you has been in a situation where your boss or a customer or something said, "It's broken," or "It's slow." And you say, "Well, what do you mean it's slow?" And they say, "Well, I mean it's slow. Stop asking questions. Just fix it." "Well, how fast is it normally?" "I don't know. It's just slow. Just fix it." Right? We historically have done so much work on fixing things with so little data about what is actually normal or how things are performing or what slow means, and we've done it for so long that we are now qualified to do almost anything and pull out these incredible feats of understanding with no data whatsoever. We don't want to be in this position. There is a better way. Okay? Without instrumentation of an application, and I want to be clear what I mean. I'm talking about instrumenting the application itself, not just our infrastructure. We need to monitor our infrastructure too. We need to monitor things like CPU percent and memory usage and IOPS and storage and file systems and things like that. We need to monitor those. But we need to monitor more than those. If we don't instrument the application, we don't know what is normal. And I mean normal for any metric. We don't know what normal response time is. We don't know what normal transactions per second looks like. We don't know what anything looks like. So if we don't know what normal looks like, how do we know when there's a problem? Just somebody's gut feel?
Users complaining.
Users complaining, right. the time to figure out that there's a problem and fix it is before the users complain, not after, right? So without an understanding of normal, we don't have an understanding of what really constitutes a problem. And when we can't identify the problems, it means we can't identify the bottlenecks. Where is the system slow? Okay? If we can't identify bottlenecks, we don't know what's going to fail or run out of capacity first. That means that we have no ability to do capacity planning, at least not effectively. Okay? And we lose the ability to do things like proactive alerting before something becomes an issue, not after. Okay? So if we're not instrumenting our applications, we're setting ourselves up to fail. And when you control your application, like the vast majority of people in these parts of the industry do, there's no reason why you wouldn't instrument the daylights out of it. So what do I mean by instrumentation? Let me show you what I mean by instrumentation. Come on, Hotel Internet. There we go. This is New Relic. Who's heard of this tool, New Relic?
I did.
Okay. So New Relic has a number of capabilities, but it is most famous for their application performance monitoring, this APM tool. And what this tool does is actually, let me go show you a different one. What this tool does is actually you load their module into your code. It's about 2 lines of code to do it. It's very, very simple. And their code has their module has the ability to look into your code and figure out what it's doing all the time. It can figure out how long it's spending on database transactions, how long it's spending on queuing, how long it's spending waiting on the network, those sorts of things. Okay, so by just including these 2 lines of code into your application, you get some tremendous information, like the fact that the average time for this application is 12.4 milliseconds to respond. It looks like there's some interesting spikes every 10 minutes or so. We do 2.7 requests per minute on average, and it's performing overall very well.
When you say 2 lines, is it only 2 lines, or you just want to express that's a very light code?
No, it's 2 lines. I really do mean 2 lines.
And what's the magic in those 2 lines to get all this?
So the first line is an import, which imports their library, which itself contains many thousands of lines of code, but you don't ever deal with or look at or write those. But you don't write those, you don't manage them. And the second line is to configure it to be used. Basically, tell them this is my application and here's my authentication information and stuff like that. So it really is just 2 lines of code.
Can you do the same with Pivotal AX?
I've never even heard of Pivotal AX.
Analytics?
I don't know. Probably could. New Relic, Pivotal AX is not by even close to commonly used in these spaces. The most common ones in this space are New Relic, App Dynamics, Raygun, and a couple others. So this is the kind of data that we want to have for every application. Every application owner wants to know this kind of information. We can go even really deep and look at something like this. For example, take a look at this. This is what we call a profiling, some profiling data, basically. What this does is tools like New Relic actually allow you to request at any time for your application that's already in production full debug understanding of how much time was spent in every single function. And this is information that is unbelievably valuable to most developers that they almost never get. Because usually in a traditionally deployed application, in a traditional enterprise, if you wanted to do this, you'd have to be granted access to the server, you'd have to be root, and then you would have to run a command to do a memory dump of the application. Then you have to pull that memory dump back to your workstation, load it up, analyze it, and you could only do it once, maybe once a day, because it takes forever to do. Something like New Relic can do this. You can do this all day long with no performance impact and have all of this information. This is great information because now I know that 67% of my time is spent in this bootstrap function, and only 33% of my time is spent in the display function, which means that if I'm going to focus my time on improving the performance of my application, I immediately know where to go and where I should do it.
Does it also work with a standard, not a standard, but a platform to all live applications like SAP, for example?
It'll work with any application in which you own the code. So something off the shelf like SAP is not going to work. You have to be able to insert this into the code of the application.
But for the own-developed application, what they call the set applications, work, right? The own-developed applications on the application servers for SAP, this could work, right?
What language are those programmed in? I don't know.
It's Java or ABAP.
Or say it again. Sorry.
As far as I know, it's ABAP or Java.
Yeah, no, because those are SAP specific.
Okay.
Any more common language like Python, Ruby, C, Java, that sort of thing will work fine.
Thank you. And what's the cost of this? How do you license this?
So the basic one is free, which is nice. I use it all the time. The license cost is not that expensive. It's usually based on number of application instances you're running. So if you're running 5 instances of your application, it'll be relatively cheap. The lowest end. My brother-in-law used to be a salesperson for these guys. You can pay as little as $100 a month for this, or you can pay tens of thousands, depending on what you're doing with it. But they even have some really clever things, other forms of performance monitoring, like browser monitoring, where they will actually insert some JavaScript code, which will let you see how well your JavaScript is performing on your customers' machines, and report that back to you, on average. Which, again, that may or may not be legal here in the EU, but it certainly is helpful information. So there's some very significant power that can be done. And the more of these you use, if you use APM and browser and synthetic testing and the mobile testing and the server testing that they do, yeah, you could probably pay $50,000 a month, but it can be very, very cheap.
Thank you.
So let's see here.
And do you see them in the field, Matt? I mean, it's something that people know about it, try to be mean in order not to use it, or
So
people who go to these environments, they know this is something that will save up money for them.
yeah, so think of how powerful EMC is in the storage market. That's how powerful these guys are in the monitoring market, if not even more powerful. They are the standard in this part of the industry. So yeah, in this part of the industry, we see them all the time. Alrighty. So let me just figure out what else I want to show off here. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, okay. So imagine now that you had this data for as far back as you wanted to go for every single application on every single server that you ran. If you had this information and someone said, gosh, sometimes it's really slow and sometimes it's really fast, you'd pop in here and you'd say, oh, look at this. I have a weird spike in response time every 5 minutes. I should probably go investigate what's happening every 5 minutes and figure out where that comes from and get rid of that huge spike, right? That's the kind of data that you get from this that you don't get any other way. In this case, I happen to know the cause of this spike is because I have a cache that expires every 5 minutes. And so every time it tries to figure out the performance, every 5 minutes that cache has expired and it has to be regenerated. So in this case, I'm going to say, well, that's fine. I'm not worried about that. I'm not going to fix that. But if I didn't know that, this would be great information to have. Okay. Okay, so these tools are almost always application-centric, meaning they're designed to be built into the application itself. Usually you do something really simple like either import new relic.agent or you start them with a wrapper. But either way, they're very, very, very easy to use. Excuse me. Oh. Most of them use whatever profiling tools the language has built in, which is a good thing because that means that they tend not to have an impact on performance. So these generally don't have any negative performance or latency impacts on the application. And even if they did have a small impact, most people would argue that they'd rather have to deploy 2 more instances to handle the load than not have this data at all. They do log everything to a service, which is great. It helps follow the 12 factors for us. What I will say is, unlike the logging thing, these are almost always hosted services. It is very rare. I can't think of any of these really that are on-premise solutions. Most people tend not to care because the only thing in here is performance data. There's no like medical data or data about users or usernames and passwords or anything like that. There's none of that in here. It's just how fast things are responding. So most people don't have a concern with pushing this data out to a third-party service. And as a result, we generally see them as hosted services.
Matt, I recall from the old glorious days health analyzer from VMware, where some customers would be paranoid before they send the information to Palo Alto that we have to remove any name server information. Do you see people are still concerned about things like this, or the people moving into this direction, they have already passed that level of confidential information that they think is
the vast majority of them are already past that. They're not concerned about it because they're thinking about what is the actual risk around this data. You know, some people are like, oh no, I don't want my server names to be revealed to the outside world. But let's actually think about it. How dangerous is a server name really? Right? Most of them are past that level. The other thing that I will say is once you're doing things in a third platform kind of space, your servers don't have names anymore, right? We don't have pets anymore. So quite literally, the name of the server running this application for me right now in Pivotal Web Services is this, 18QFJ3DEAL6. I have no concerns whatsoever about sending a random string to New Relic. So, so when your servers aren't pets anymore, because the big issue that people always had with that sort of thing was that they named their server something like Dallas-SAP-database-1, right? And so now you knew that they had an SAP database, it was in Dallas, and they only had one of them, right? And that was potentially useful information. When you name your server 18QFJ3, well, that's less useful information. So most of them are past it because they're not worried about the nature of the data itself, and things like server names no longer mean anything.
Thanks.
Come on, somebody other than Iñaki must have a question to challenge me with. These are good questions. Boring. Okay. So, of course...
No, it's just like Iñaki is already stretching out to the points. And when you say, by the way, that in the EU or in Europe there's a lot of things illegal, I think the US peers in IT, they are maybe even more threatened by not handling confidential data properly and things like that regarding compliance and so on. So I think even though Europe is aware of data privacy and things like that, it doesn't mean that you might be prosecuted in the same level as peers might be in the US.
Oh, I totally agree. We're just paranoid about different things. Yeah, no, we have the same. We have many of the same crazy restrictions around things that don't always make a whole lot of sense. But yeah, no, it's definitely not just Europe. Okay, so that is performance monitoring in the third platform. We focus more on the performance of the application itself and less on the performance of the physical infrastructure.
Matt, to take all these conversations to the Phoenix Project book, but since I have finished it quite recently, it makes me think about things. Now that we had this little discussion about servers' names not being important anymore, I'm thinking about the security considerations from the ENC perspective we are used to. We all have RSA peers, and we know how special they are, right? I would call them special because it's a different approach as all the human in IT would take approaches, right? So, should we have any special considerations from the security perspective for DevOps? I don't know whether there's going to be a specific module on this, but maybe Jonas and you already had these kind of conversations because, again, Phoenix Project comes to my mind, and how that character, I think it was, how he had to change from being just the firewall that nobody wanted to deal with him to start thinking in a new way of how to do things properly, still being secure, but being agile for the company. Are we going to be dealing with security people and how security in these environments?
So I would separate that. So DevOps and Agile are ways of working. And so they don't fundamentally change your security requirements. They do potentially change how you implement them. So for example, it might be part, remember we talked earlier about the whole concept of what is the definition of done, right, for a feature? What does that mean to us? And it's not good enough that it just works. Sometimes our definition needs to include things like, is it documented, for example? Part of our definition of done for deploying a new feature might be that it goes through a security code review. So we simply change how we interact with those people, like the compliance people and the security people, and we bring them in much earlier as business partners, not as adversaries that we have to get past later.
But for example, they will not be very positive in inserting these two lines of code to all the application servers. For example, just thinking out loud.
Yep. They might not be okay with it. And at that point, it becomes a discussion among the team around here's the risk, here's the reward, and we have people whose job it is to balance that. And by the way, the person whose job it is to balance risk versus reward is not the security officer. His job is to identify the risk. It is the developer's job to identify the reward, and it is the job of someone like the CEO or the CIO or the CTO to actually balance those two potentially competing needs and make a decision. So it is not the job of the security people to say no. It is the job of security people to identify risks. And then it is the job of the business to say yes or no based on how much value those risks bring. So that's how we change how we use those people. We don't use them as gatekeepers anymore. We use them as trusted advisors.
So I'm with you that this needs to be done, but to Inaki's point, I get the idea like that customers and nowadays are even more unsure and reluctant in just injecting some kind of code that they don't know exactly what it's doing. Obviously, there is a purpose, a primary purpose, but the question is there a way how to control? And I think that reverts back to our RSA peers, where I would expect that they would be able to tell us like what is the approach, how you can judge exactly like is the risk, how big is that risk, what is happening? No?
I would disagree. So first thing I would say is that these tools, like the New Relic agent and stuff like that, they are all open source for a reason, so that we know exactly what they're sending back, because we can read that code. That's specifically why they are open source. the other thing that I would argue is, yes, enterprises especially have a history of being conservative and slow-moving around these things, and that is why they are getting their lunch eaten by the people who are not. That is why they're beginning to have competition, right? SAP suddenly had competition in the customer relationship management space because Salesforce came along and was able to move faster and make better decisions more quickly. So, yes, you will have customers who will want to not make any changes and move very slowly, and that's fine. That is a business decision that they get to make. But let's not kid ourselves. That is a business decision that they're making, not some sort of technical limitation. They're choosing to move slowly, and therefore they are choosing to react to their customers' needs slowly. And they can make that decision. That decision may not work out well for them in the future when they no longer exist because they couldn't react quickly enough. But they are the ones making that choice. There's nothing that requires them to not use New Relic, for example.
Does New Relic sort of a process to help security guys who this process? I mean, you have two lines. One of the first line is importing all the rest of the code from New Relic. Would these guys from New Relic put this code that they inject in the hands of the security guys so as they can parse it and say, this is a secure script, you can go ahead and put it in production? Because that would be no-brainer. It's like doing two things in parallel. I have, as you say, one of the steps, maybe it's open source. Is you can do it if you want, but if New Relic guys were clever, maybe they have a kind of a, I don't know, PCI compliant or I don't know, depending on the industry, like this kind of code is secure in this environment, something that would make things easier for customers to deploy that. Or it's not something that, as you are explaining, you have to assess yourself whether it provides more than the risk that it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason it's open source is so that the entire community of people can evaluate it. And so, you know, if there was some sort of horrific issue with it, I think we would hear about it. But even if we didn't, that's why you have it available for you to review anytime you like. And like you said, ultimately, any change that you make to an application, internally or externally, is a risk versus a reward scenario. And so the biggest difference, in going back to the original question you asked, which is how do we work differently in DevOps with security people, the fundamental answer to that is we include them at the beginning as trusted members of the team that have input the same way the rest of the team does, not as gatekeepers to production. They're helpers, not preventers.
And does it work?
I would say yes. The most successful internet companies that you can think of today are all using that kind of methodology.
Thanks.
Okay.
So I was on their website in regards of the open source statement you did. I didn't find a reference on that. The interesting thing is they have only one international website, and that one is in German. Like a translated one.
Okay. I'm looking for the Relic agent real quick. Here we go.
Because like this is definitely something like I get, like if they are based on open source code that can be reviewed, that you can ask somebody like, can you check that for me, and you get the idea of like exactly doing what you say, and then balance risk versus benefits that brings me that. Obviously, this is an approach that will be valid for lots of people. Why not? Sure.
Yep. I just pasted a link to the New Relic code. So that is the last official lecture. The remainder of today and tomorrow is you get to make a choice. And each of you gets to make your own choice. You can do one of the two things. Either I can give you an assignment that will involve modifying the application that we started with yesterday, the Flask application. Or if you have an idea for something that you would like to build from scratch or modify within the application that you already have, you are welcome to pursue that. So last go round, about half the class took the given assignment, and half the class took something else. One person implemented New Relic performance management, and pushed it to Cloud Foundry and got it working. One person implemented logging and got external-based logging and got that working. A couple people did the assignment, which I'll tell you about in a minute. You are also welcome to work either alone or in small groups, but I would ask no more than groups of 3. So think about, I'll give you the assignment, but think about what you want to do, whether you want to do the assignment or whether you want to do something self-directed, and whether you want to do it alone or with colleagues, keeping in mind that no matter what you choose to do, it needs to be able to be something that you can complete by about this time tomorrow, and that I am here to help you. So the assignment, should you choose to accept that, is right now that counter, as David so clearly mentioned yesterday, resets every time you do a new push. And that's no good. There's a better way, which is to store that counter in some sort of external service like Redis, for example, that you played with last night for homework, and bind that Redis service to your application so that that's where your data is persisted. So every time you do a new push, it'll just read the counter from Redis and display it so that it doesn't get reset every time. So you can either build that functionality where we bind a service, we create a Redis service, we bind it, we figure out how to use Redis in Python, and then increment that counter that way, or you can build something else that you want to do. So I'm going to give you guys a 10-minute break. Think about what you want to do. Think about what sounds like fun. Feel free to work with each other on Slack to establish groups and come up with ideas. And we will reconvene at, we'll do a little bit more. We'll do at 35 past the hour. So 12 whatever minutes, something, I don't know. 35 minutes past the hour. Come back with your decision and your groups. If you have questions about if something is doable in that time frame, put it in Slack and I'll help you out. Okay? Cool? Awesome.
How does Google know that I try to speak?
Detects your mic.
Yeah, but like the funny thing is, like, obviously I was doing noise before, and only when I unmuted my speakerphone, it told me, "Are you speaking to the group? You might want to unmute yourself."
Well, your
So,
connection is pretty weak today, David.
yeah, it's because my girls are at home again.
Oh, okay. Send them outside. It's nice weather.
Yeah, they came back in time.
What kind of bandwidth do you have at home, David?
500K upstream, 5 megabit downstream.
Ooh,
That's so. Oh.
ouch! And I complain in the U.S. that the best I can get is 100 megabit down and 20 megabit up. Jonas at his house in Boston has full gigabit, up and down.
Whoa.
So,
It's quite different here.
what do you want me to kind of like say now?
So David, could you explain a bit your idea? Let me think if we can do it for tomorrow.
Are you able to see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So every week there is a new conference report like this. Okay, and what I've done over the past year is this. So we have
I think you're
like a
vanishing,
breakdown.
David. You're breaking up, David.
Yeah, let's use WebEx and IP phone. That works great at my place. Process, what I did is I created a map, which is the set of our regions to the respective countries. I copy and paste every time the new report with the new registered people, and then there is a little formula checking which region it is from that map. And as a last step, obviously, it is condensed in a format that is easier to consume for the respective region that anybody is responsible for, if we specialist, pre-sales, sales, whoever, breaking up by countries. And so it doesn't, obviously. The other thing I was doing last year, then at least for VMworld EMEA, is I even started to track changes. New calculations came in, so people who were focused on the 20 new accounts that came in, that they can do. So obviously, the question would be, if I get this raw list, would we be able to create an application that does that job automatically each week? And maybe not even displayed by Excel, of course, right? Because like I'm not saying that this is the format to go. But obviously, an export option into a comma-separated file or something like that to distribute it with people who want to do something else with the data. But on the other hand, like, you know, Excel is doing not a bad job in that.
So you just want to sort the registered people by the region? I didn't get it, sorry, because you were vanishing.
I can repeat, sure, no problem. So, well, the first step is that I assign, depending on the country, which region the country belongs to in EMEA.
Okay.
Okay, and for VMworld US, there are a lot of thousands of who are not EMEA, and only a few so far. But, to match them and to make it easier for Eric or for Fabio or for anybody on our team, I'm doing this kind of to do that. The second step in that, already with that formula checked which region it belongs. You can sort it, of course, to make it easier to navigate in that. But the pivot table that I create, of course, gives you a quicker way of how to navigate and to find out who in France is attending, and so on.
So you already have this tool in Excel.
Sorry, now you were breaking up.
So you already implemented that in Excel, right?
Exactly. So it's kind of, I have, the only manual step I'm doing is every week is to extend that data and double check if there are new countries that I might be missing in my map, and if there is any change. For example, what happened since last week or the last time I did it, they swapped for some reason the columns, so the job title is now in the first column and the company name in the second. I don't know why, but you need to pay attention, of course, to the data too. But yes, it is already, I think I'm pretty efficient on it. It doesn't take me extremely long, but I was just wondering if with the skills and what we could do is, could we create basically an app for my BlackBerry, for the iPhone or the iPad, that you can kind of check online who is attending from EMEA and from which sub-region or country and something like that, you know. And probably we would need to even anonymize the data if we do that, because if it's publicly accessible, we wouldn't like to have that in the wild. Even though there is not too confidential information in there, there is the customer name, but already that might be something we need to pay attention to.
Well, if you like, we can try how far we can go with that until tomorrow, and we can also use Redis for that to store this data.
Yeah, that was like the idea when I went through the session yesterday, that potentially it would be something you can do, but from my impression is like Excel is already giving me a good functionality where I found the way to do it, right? It's really like the manual intervention I need to do is fairly small today, so it's not like you must improve it, but it was the idea, like, and the only thing is what I'm thinking about is I will likely with Redis not get it that far that I have that pivot table where it's fairly easy to kind of, or that would be my question to Matt, if he thinks that organizing that data and navigating through that data is possible, and then how much effort it would take to create something similar in an app way, new generation app way. Maybe there's another one.
Well, it's up to you, David. We can work on that. But if I recall our experience from last year, actually what we were missing last year, I think, was the application for managing invites to the party.
Yes, yes.
So that might be the other idea to work on.
To have just a simple where we create something that sounds good, because like this might be something we can do this time and let them fill in their data and we have it stored.
So up to you. If you would like to work on that, we can work on that.
Yeah, why not? Let's give this a try. The only thing is, I'm not sure if there will be a party.
Did you talk about it with, I don't know, with Zahir, for instance?
I started in January.
And what's the result so far?
Not very promising. Otherwise, you would know already, and I would have maybe even asked somebody to take this task of getting something set up this year. But maybe we can do something smaller in the sense of like, let's look for a cool location and just book it, and similar like the underground party or like EMC VMware. But yeah, that might be an idea. We should talk to VMware.
So guys, lunch is on your own schedule. Decide, if you have team members, decide with your team members when you guys want to go to lunch. If you don't have team members, you can be a loner like me and go do lunch whenever you want.
Well, you're not allowed to go for lunch whenever you want.
True.
You have no lunch today.
So yeah, so there's no scheduled lunch. It's just whenever you and your team feel like you want to do it.
Okay. So one thing I was just mentioning, I think, on the chat, is there any chance there is no way we can do like the WebEx breakout rooms in Google Hangouts, I guess, right?
There's no way you can create a new Hangout for just your team, and use that. You're welcome to do that. I actually also just pasted a tool into the chat called Cobra, which lets you work on code with people while also using video conference. So, or if you like WebEx Training Center, you are welcome to go use that. So use whatever tools and websites you guys are comfortable with.
Okay, so the challenge is just when we want to call you for assistance and so on, it's a little bit tricky.
Well, we could just invite him.
So if you need assistance, you're welcome to just invite me and I'll hop on. You can always get a hold of me on the Slack channel.
Okay.
Matt, this is an open question, right? And it's because of missing absolute from very low level Python skills, right? So if at least I knew the commands, it would be much easier. So my search have to start from a very low level. For example, for the counter externally stored in Redis, I have identified that the first thing that I have to make is a connection to Redis, right? And then later on, put the command to get the counter working and store that into Redis, right?
Yep.
So the thing is, how would you do this? Try to get a list of commands of what I can do in Python, or try to Google a little bit to find something similar, identify the commands from there, and try to build from there.
So most decently written libraries out there have some pretty decent documentation. So for example, the Redis library for Python has really good documentation with lots and lots of examples. So that's where I would generally start, and poke at their examples. If you guys want, there are ways to play with this code without typing it in, saving it, pushing it to Cloud Foundry, looking for errors. There's ways to play with it like live, and if you're interested in figuring out how to play with it live, I can show you how to do that too.
Could you show that?
Sure.
Yeah, that would be good.
Just give me a second and I'll bring it up.
By the way, what happens to our Cloud Foundry access after this class?
It'll stick around for a bit. And if you guys want continued access to an environment and you're going to use it, we have I'm one of the admins for the EMC environment, and I can get you an account if you're going to use it. So.
So Matt, we are all allowed to bind the Redis service instance to our own app, right?
Yeah, create your own new service instance and then bind it to that.
Good.
Once I'm ready to
Too
share
many
with
browser windows, too less screen. Oh my god.
you. Okay, guys, I'm gonna share something with you here in a second. Okay, if you want something you can that's really easy to play with and easy to do quick testing with, I'm sharing my screen now. I want you to go to c9.io. It is an online development environment where you can actually edit and run code without installing anything. It's really easy. If you want to sign up, you just click this little round cat icon thing, which will sign you in with your GitHub account, which means that you don't have to remember a username or password or anything like that. So you just press that button, and it'll sign you in. And at the same time, what's really nice is it'll bring up all of your GitHub projects So for example, you can import the one that you're working on right now, the, what's it called, the Hello Python, yep, that one. You can edit it, open it up, and it'll open up here in a second. Click Start Editing, and so once the workspace actually opens, you can open all your files. You can make changes here. So for example, I can, erase most of this code, and I can do things like try out stuff, like print, my name is Matt. Hit run. And it will actually install and try to run. So really cool, really easy to use. If you have questions, let me know.
Can we use Redis in this environment?
Yes. I can start up a Redis server that you can connect to. So yes, you can.
Matt, is that Cobra or is that a different?
This one is C9, c9.io.
Can you paste that in Slack, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
So Ignacio, like for example, I put in here. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Just the absolute basics. I put in here just print my name is Matt, and I hit run, and I tested it, and it works right here. It says my name is Matt. So this would be a place where you can try out commands and try out things like Redis and see how well they work for you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a neat trick.
Yep, I'm in. Just put the password for GitHub, it imports everything.
Yep, sweet.
Matt, one question. How can I install in this C9 libraries like Flask, for example? Because I have a permission denied for anything I can.
So are you trying to install it with pip install?
Yeah.
Yeah, just put sudo in front of it.
So it will not ask me for a password, yeah, in this case. Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab some lunch. Maybe go experience this thing that Jonas said I had to go to FIBO. I have no idea what the hell it is, but I'm gonna go find it.
No clue. Have fun. Bye.
Yeah, have fun.
Have a nice one.
Enjoy.
Ah.
Hey, David.
Hello, Brett. Do you hear me?
I hear
I'm
ya.
good, and you? Sorry for disturbing during your vacation, but somehow I forgot. I think you mentioned, and we didn't catch up anymore, and so I just realized. Oh, okay, okay. So are you okay to talk right now? I have 2 more minutes before I need to rejoin Carol.
Sure, yeah, whatever.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Well, it's up to you. You know, like I exactly. I just wanted to make sure that I don't keep the blocker, and we realize that it, we will not make it because it's basically like 2 weeks, and while you're on vacation, basically, and not focusing and not able to drive and push it as much. That are left to get it prepared, and I would prefer to have it prepared properly, have set up proper customer meetings, and as well with the enablement that people can attend, because that's the other thing is even though we have still some time left, if we only schedule it a week ahead, there might be a chance that people have already busy schedules and agendas. So I agree. Like I prefer to have a better chance to get it done.
So, Mr. Matt, you back online?
I am.
So am I, back in the car. Managed to do a live demo at customer meeting.
Excellent.
I still need to clean up, by the way, but I'll do that as soon as I'm back home. What's really interesting was the customer has had discussion with Microsoft and Oracle, and their feedback was, "Wow, what you're bringing to the is completely different." So it's nice.
Different is good.
Yep, in that respect, yes, because they want to move to agile, and so they're looking at doing service architecture.
Audio is not working for you, Eric, or is it only me?
No, I think he just doesn't have a good connection. I can't hear him either. Where are you, Iñaki? You sound like you're in a server room, data center.
Well, the thing is, I have a very noisy external USB drive, and the tunnel win, it was maybe one of the servers that I have in this room. Well, it's not a server, it's just a standard PC that makes a lot of noise.
Okay.
Matt, I have to admit this is tough for me, okay? I can read it, but it would take me years, not years, okay? I told you that I will go to the basics of Python, whether I do it myself or I ask for proper scheduled time from my manager, because just to compile one line properly working would take me a lot of time. I can read it, I understand the commands, and I have the logic of where to put things. Just for example, the connection to the Redis server, for me it would take this call after.
Yep, and that's fine. You know, this class isn't about learning to write code, but it's about learning to get used to seeing code, which is why we encourage you to work with others and ask for help. So I don't expect you to be able to write this by yourself. I think we've only ever had one person write something completely without help, and that was the first class. So I think you guys are right where you're supposed to be, honestly.
And honestly speaking, this is like maybe 10 years ago with the first DCP training and then some other trainings. This is good stuff. I mean, it sets your mind that you have to focus also a little bit on different stuff because you will need different tools. I mean, I will not become a programming geek, but I need at least some foundations.
I agree.
So, Matt, I'm back online. I got disconnected from the 3G network. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you better now, yeah.
Okay. So I was seeing that the customer I was seeing is transforming at this point, while looking at transforming themselves. They want to be much more agile, and so they're looking at service-oriented architecture.
Mm-hmm. It's a good start.
So it was an interesting discussion.
The interesting thing about that is that I always think it's interesting when a customer says we want to be more agile, and so we're going to go to a service-oriented infrastructure. which kind of have nothing to do with each other. Making yourselves more agile is about changing how you work and how you work with people. It is not about the architecture of your applications.
Sure, yeah. I must say that it was as well present because the first thing they mentioned, and that's really like central and top of their kind of high-level view of what they're looking at, is culture. So that was at least mentioned.
Good.
So obviously, it all depends on how you implement that and how you make it happen.
Yep.
But even though they mentioned that, when I started to discuss, 12-factor apps, the concept of microservices, and let me show you how I can do this and that, and we're like, oh, and by the way, if you want together, we can help you through Pivotal Labs. Take your dev guy and we'll train them on the methodology and so forth. Yeah, but I don't see anyone in our team doing that in terms of capabilities. I say, okay, there will be some work to be done.
Yep, there will be.
So I've seen on the Slack channels that you've been introducing a few new tools and gadgets again, like Cobra stuff.
Yeah, just some interesting things that make life a little easier. Were you here when I gave out the homework for today?
No, I just joined like 15 minutes ago.
Okay, so we finished all of the official lectures for the course. For the rest of today and until noon tomorrow, so about 23 more hours, you guys are. I gave everyone on the team, two options. Option one was to come up with your own idea. Build your own, change the application that we've already built, the one that said "Hello World," basically.
The Hello Python.
Yeah, Hello Python. Change it in some way that you find interesting. I think some people are like, I think David was going to do something around like parsing some data he had in a CSV file, and so forth. And then some people are taking the option to, I basically gave out a sample assignment, and that assignment was to make that counter that we added yesterday, make that persistent. So instead of keeping it in memory and having it reset every time the app restarts, keep it in an external Redis database. And so I gave everybody the choice to do either one of those things, and some people chose one, some people chose the other. I also told people that they could either work alone or in a group. So some people, like Iñaki and Michele, are working together, but others, like Javier, are working alone. So you are welcome to either do your own project or do the assignment that I just mentioned, and you are welcome to either do it alone or join a group.
Okay.
And regardless of what you choose, I'll be online.
From yesterday, using the video, and then.
Say that again?
Sorry?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said I will first catch up on the counter stuff that you discussed yesterday.
Okay.
And then I'll take it from there.
Okay, great. I told the team I'll be online for most of the rest of the day on Slack and here and wherever if you have questions. And then I'll be on again tomorrow morning.
Okay, so basically now the channel stays open just for, I would say, Q&A, but we don't expect any further lectures or so, right?
Correct.
tomorrow when we kind of present results.
Right, and tomorrow, you know, we'll be on at like 10 a.m. As normal, just to keep working, and at noon we're going to present results. But yeah, no more lectures.
Okay. So I will disconnect from the Hangout for the moment and drive safely home.
Excellent idea. See you later.
See you later.
Safe drive.